So, the resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. It's the last trial, and there should be a lot of revelations and things, probably. I'm not entirely certain. Do we have a lot of resolve? I think so. I do hope you've been doing well, Mons. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. Exactly. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Mrs. Sato. Mrs. Sato? Ah. Okay, well... Oh no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet, then? Oh dear, I'm really very sorry. Why did you eat me? I guess he's under stress. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective, not to mention. Good morning, sir. That she has a sibling that she knew nothing of. Both kind of failed bards who found a strong character to follow, start with a G, Geralt and Gotrek, and then they write their battles and epics down and become successful, yeah. I mean, that is kind of what you do as a bard, I feel. Though probably not about one person in particular, usually. It would be more of like, oh, this person did this and this person did that. And not just writing songs and stuff about one person. Although Gotrek is a dwarf and Geralt is a witcher. That's true. Well, I didn't know that Gotrek is a dwarf, but I would assume there would be some differences. Okay, Van Zieks is here. Lord Van Zieks. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? He's actually being kind? What's... nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. Really can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zieks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That, having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod. To wield a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public, He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zieks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. So, I still think there's a big government conspiracy going on here, which is gonna be interesting. Like, the government has been trying to cover this shit up for 10 years, and we're trying to unravel it today. Which is gonna be difficult, considering, you know, the government doesn't want it coming out. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now, tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? I don't know. Oh, it's Iris. When did you get here? Oh. I brought you one of my special blends. Really loves it. He says it helps him clear his head. I thank you. That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of subdued, I suppose. I am not. What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sai's laboratory. Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you'd want to watch today's proceedings. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little hurdy that I made once. Hurdy? Looks more like a hairly to me. Oh, funny joke, it's a rabbit. Gotrek is a slayer. Dwarf that's failed or feels shame and is just looking for the biggest thing to kill and die to. And kills a lot of monsters. So kind of similar then. Monster Slayers both. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it. Right. Is it just a lucky charm though? You think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal. Yes, it would seem. That a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Otto? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They're definitely up to something. What are they doing? Sherlock Sholmes and Susato's father... Probably... Wait, but they're the detective duo, right? So surely they're investigating something. Something to do with the case? Maybe. They? father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Oh, Judge Jigoku as well. Interesting. But the judge was already gone way before Harlock Sholmes and her father were, right? So they didn't leave together. Did they go after Jigoku? Did they go where he was as well? I don't know. Possibly. That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and defendants. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once. Good luck then, Bruno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing. Oh, I'm so glad. We must get inside now, Lord Van Zieks. Okay. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Time to get into court, see what's going on. Wait, where's the judge? Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look. Oh. Wait, why is Lord Strongheart here? Lord Strongheart? Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. But I think he's... So the problem with this is that I think he's actually one of the people trying to keep it under wraps. So it's going to be very difficult to get to the bottom of things when he's the one presiding over the case. Right? The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial, and one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. I don't like that one bit. The six jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart? On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Baron Van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? I am prepared for a really long stream, Godshammer. Don't worry. We'll see how it goes. I hope you're well. The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations he had an accomplice, Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification, and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. At the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. Strongheart, I don't like that you're here, okay? Because you're obviously too invested in this. You're linked to all this. Otherwise you wouldn't constantly tell people, oh, don't tell people about the time of death. Don't tell people about this. If you're not involved, why would you do that? And now you're presiding over the case? It's sus. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. No, it's not. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. Strongheart becoming the judge to keep Kazuma in line is so funny. Yeah, it's... I think he's just trying to keep things under wraps. I still think he's hiding something. As are a couple of other people. Also funny is Kazuma pulling an updated autopsy report. Yeah. Like, we already had... God, where is it? Yeah, because it had already been updated with indeterminate. I'm pretty sure. When we went to her ourselves. But obviously Kazuma had the same idea. Which is nice. We're both looking for the truth. Yeah, true. Kazuma said it in court. That's right. So it has to be taken into evidence because of that. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous amount of effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Ooh, witness. It's Gina. Gina Lestrade. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that Gina again? Okay. The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? He got me out the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. Representative. Sensitive, yeah. He's trying, you know. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. What Strongheart knew. Yeah, of course he fucking knew. He seems to know everything. So, Inspector Lestrade. Let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled good dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is that there's witnesses who saw the Reaper at the place too. What? Smuggled goods? I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what's written in the book. Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. Sarah, have a good lurk. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well. Oh, and Gossamer, your wisdom is not great. The rest is pretty good. Wait, why did... Stream went down for a bit. What happened? I'm not sure. Well, we're back, I think, right? I don't know what happened there. It just went offline and then reconnected. I don't think it was my internet, but maybe? No idea what happened. Right. Sorry about that. In case you missed it, Gregson was trying to avoid details of investigations being leaked to government officials involved with the black markets. It makes sense, right? Do we know where the dealings were taking place? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Baron Van Zieks, was present. Interesting. That would be a very significant testimony then. Oh my, but Lord Van Zieks has made no mention of this at all. In short, Lord Van Zieks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. Why does he have like a unicorn staff anyway? Like a stick. Why is it still unstable? We should be back. We should have been back a while ago, to be honest. I don't know if Twitch is just being weird. Like, my connection only went down for like a second. Literally a second. And I don't know if it was even on my end or Twitch's end or whatever. Really annoying. Especially because Twitch is still saying my connection is unstable. Which it's not. Twitch kept saying you never left, but every time you clicked the stream again, it would play the last couple of seconds and the same stream ended. Seem to be back proper now. That's very strange. What the heck? Stupid Twitch. Like my network connection never went down. I don't know what the heck was going on. It was just like, oh, no connection for a second. Oops, we're back. Oh well. That's okay. Right. Hold it! Let's just press everything as usual. It was very strange. You've seen streams lose connection before, but never like this. Yeah, exactly. It's not on my end. The only thing I can imagine is that, because I stream at like the highest bitrate Twitch can manage. So maybe with reconnecting, Twitch is like, oh no, there's too much bitrate or something, I don't know. Maybe I should lower it at some point. But yeah, I don't know. The connection has always been stable. It's just sometimes Twitch is just like, nah, I don't feel it right now. So you follow orders, do you, Gina? Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see? Oh. The boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing. So, errands more than orders then. This detective is still an apprentice after all. Yeah, well, This apprentice ain't want to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing my own investigation into what happened. I didn't find much at first. But a little search at the boss's office turned up a notebook. And loads of secret meetings in it. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yup. As part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about? Because if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turned me straight out to the street. So proactive, I know. This is sounding less and less like an investigation, more and more like something else. The prosecution understands there was this very detective who discovered the notebook. You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. He found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's that was what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turned me straight out into the street. I've given it in now, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would have never been found. Gina, Phoenix, handshake, look at my badge, yeah. I mean, to be fair, we can do that too with Ryunosuke, in a way. It's not the badge though, it's his band. Look at my armband. Do you like it? Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yup. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at the Gentleman's Club. Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers in the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings. I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out. And I could too. I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Wait. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? I want to insist. I want to be like, oh yeah, Gina, show us that you can read. Show us your reading skills. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. I love him so much. Kazuma. Strongheart is just like, wait, no. Right then. I get the show of my reading skills. Apparently the smuggled goods deal was going to happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse. Wait. That sounds familiar. Wasn't it? That says Grouse, right? That's weird. Should I... What was this again? Oh, right, that was for the... But it doesn't say that it's the SS Grouse on there. On the letter of introduction. Should I just present that? I don't think that's useful though. I don't see what that would do. Actually, I should look at this. It is very cute, the bunny. Bunny... I guess... here? What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Shanks. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. I want to know. Okay. We can't do it right now. Okay. We'll save. Because I want to know if it does anything. 2%.
Objection!
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. As I understand it, there are places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously? Is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Not that part, Strongheart. The other side. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Ah, this would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. It says Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. There's the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah! The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st of October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission. That ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. But didn't he go to France? Wasn't he in France? Would it have been docked in France at the time? So Gregson went to France, gets on the Grouse, maybe gets murdered there. It travels further to to Britain, to UK, right? And they refrigerate him somewhere in the ship or whatever, I don't know. And then he gets dropped off and put into the location where they can set up this whole plan. Right, because he went to France, right? Where is it? God, there's so many things. Papers, the passport here. Okay, it would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Oh yeah, let's show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. I've already got it ready. I know what it is. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now.
Take that!
What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated 31st of October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. His passport ID starts with ACD as in Arthur Conan Doyle? Wait. Who is Arthur Conan Doyle? Should I know that? You got it in one, which many people normally take ages to think of, and then you miss key part and went, oh maybe not, and I was in pain. Oh, the author of Sherlock Holmes series. Right, okay, now that you say that, actually, yeah. Because the name rings a bell, but like a very distant one. I didn't even think of that. This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived in Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Of course you... Kazuma! There are a lot of famous names that are widely known but not known. Yeah, it's one of those you've heard it once and then you've forgotten about it entirely. The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecution's office is trying to hide something. You and me both, Kazuma. You and me both. And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess, this was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Ding ding ding. Why does he have the unicorn thing? Use a normal gavel, Strongheart. What the heck? It's an awful sound. You love that Kazuma hasn't brought that this corruption is going nope because he has own plans, yeah. What on earth are you saying, Counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. I don't think Gregson was Van Zieks' accomplice though. I really doubt that. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? Not in that way, at least. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that? And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be. Oh, it doesn't? What do you mean? Just because he was there doesn't mean he was going to assassinate someone. Right? Like, just because he was there doesn't mean he was killing someone. There's no fact there. You know he was there, okay. But he doesn't... It doesn't mean anything necessarily, right? Because he was the one who was killed in the end. So was he investigating something? Was he working towards... Like, was he actually going to assassinate someone? Or was there something else going on? I don't know. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Barak Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grausima's assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Well, is there any evidence that he was, though? You haven't presented any evidence that he was there to assassinate anyone. Like, how can you just be like, no, he was going there to kill someone? What? Where does that even come from? The story gives us so many twists and misunderstandings, and it says directly Gregson was an arm of the Reaper. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the heck? Why does the prosecution instantly go like, oh yeah, of course, he went there to kill someone? It's like, what? What do you mean? Do you have any evidence that he tried to kill someone there? No, you don't. And then you're like, well, have you any evidence that he didn't? Huh? It's like, what? That's not our job here? What are you talking about? Absolutely, it's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard the steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. I mean... What do you mean? What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think, perhaps, you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night, with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Well, obviously. But you don't know that the mission was assassinating someone. You just know that the mission was a failure. That's it. What detail are we missing? Inspector Gino Lestrade. Eh? What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt of from earlier. It doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying? Even if all them bludgers would got taken out had it coming? The boss weren't the Reaper? Yeah, I don't believe that for a second. Like, what the heck? I mean, we already know that, like, Asa Shin was involved as well, right? So... if we know that she did a bunch of the killings, then Gregson wouldn't need to do a lot of them. But he might still be investigating them. He might not have been involved at all in the scheme, and he was suspicious of it, maybe. Like, all of that is possible. You can't just assert something and be like, oh yes, this is the truth. Unless you can disprove it. It's like, no, that's not how it works. You have to prove it first with some evidence, and then we can find holes in that evidence or witness statement or whatever. That's how it works. Or is supposed to, at least. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. He may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as the representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Mr. Strad, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. You love listening to my thoughts and knowing where the game is going. I'm glad. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reapers got up to the past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. And the last entry in there was 31st of October. It said Grouse for the place on that date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. I mean, maybe he was curious. Of like, oh, there's one person who was alive. And he's coming over here. I want to talk to him, or... who knows? Like, someone who's alive would have answers, right? If they know about the whole thing. And if that's true, then there's technically only 2 people it can be, and only 1 person I'm suspicious of. So, we'll see. Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. Must be so hard for her. Can't deny it now, surely, Reno Skin or Hodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. But, like, so the Reaper is only when they get... The whole idea of it was when they get the not guilty verdict, they get murdered after, right? That's the whole idea. But if it's about 10 years ago, the only people involved with that case that are still alive, I feel like, are Jigoku, Mikotoba, I mean Van Zieks technically, and then God, now I'm blanking on his name. The guy who's currently presiding the case. Why am I blanking on the name? I literally just... Strongheart. Why was I blanking on that? And out of those, the only one I'm... Well, I'm sus of Strongheart, but he wasn't on the boat, so... Van Zieks wasn't on the boat either. Mikotoba, I don't think... would be the one, so, and Jigoku I'm already sus of, so I'm thinking the mark was Jigoku, and Jigoku was also missing already yesterday, and then Herlock Sholmes and Mikotoba went missing after that. Well, they went away. Possibly on the hunch of chasing Jigoku. Maybe. This is all like, I don't know how far ahead. It's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. I mean, is that though? Who was to be this final mark? Because if that's the case, we know enough already to also become the Reaper. Like, it's information that you could only have known is if he was the Reaper, or if he had info on the case 10 years ago, and who was there, and who lived, and who died, and all the proceedings. Like, just saying like, oh, he worked for the Reaper because he knew. It's like, he's been trying to investigate this for years. He could have known by investigating, my dude. That's how we know things. Or are you saying that we're working with the Reaper because we also know stuff? Anyway. Inspector Lachard, go ahead. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse. Eh? Oh, how do you read this then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That ain't a problem, alright, Odo. It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's someone from overseas? Let me have a bash at it. No. Yeah. That's Jigoku, right? Seishiro? Yeah, Seishiro. Jigoku, yeah. What? It can't be. Seishiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku. As I already said. I already went ahead of the game. I knew. I knew before she even told me, game. Get wrecked. Certainly not an English name, you're right. It can't be not right. I know Judge Jigoku. I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. I know for a fact the man hasn't been assassinated. And then they're gonna be like, exactly. He failed. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores. What? No, he died on the ship. What? Why? What? He probably died on the ship. Why would he go back out of... What? Kazuma. I guess he's still working on certain assumptions that the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the inspector personally. No. Not at all. We don't have solid evidence that the ship is where he died. Well, I know. But it's the most likely. Because how else would they transport the body refrigerated back to the UK? A ship, especially a ship of that size, would have a freezer or something. Probably that is big enough for a body. It makes the most sense, at least in my head. But I guess Kazuma's still working with the assumption of the body wasn't refrigerated. Even though he already claimed that the prosecution office was hiding stuff, so I don't know what he's playing at, honestly. I guess he still wants to imply that Barrock could have done it. It's an undeniably logical argument. Yes, of course Strongheart would say that. Of course he would say that. Because he wants this.
Hold it!
Oh? Hi, Vanzeeks. Oh, nice. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice whilst I stand accused of murder. Leg. Oh yeah. What Vanzeeks? The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. She will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective. Eh? What? Oh, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector. Repeating rumors he heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony, it's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself, by attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for a testimony. What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Oh. Very well, I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for cross-examination. Ooh. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. You love that Vanzeeks isn't even mad at Kazuma? Exactly. He knows. He gets it. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. What a quote. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination. How dare you raise your glass in my direction? At once, my lord. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff in it.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret and the notebook said what he found. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper. One arm? What are you on about? The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. The title is a lie? What do you mean, Lumen? Why would it be a lie? With you at its head? I had spies at the yard, keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said Grouse? Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claimed to have seen you there. But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Wait. The fact that Kazuma says in the metal trunk... So he knew where we found it. Was he told? Okay, well that's interesting. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. No, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? I like that I get called out for that as well, that I mentioned it too. Pretty sure this game will still go another 2 months or so. We'll see. We'll see. But I hope you're doing well, Lumen. It's been very quiet today so far. Maybe in part because of the internet dropping earlier for just a moment, and then Twitch acting weird. You are just hangy as per usual. Fair, fair. Being hangy is annoying.
Hold it!
I'm doing very well, thank you. I was doing some programming earlier. It was interesting. I think I managed to actually fix something, so we'll see. I have to look at it later today again. After well, maybe not later today, depending on how long I'm going. Probably tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, the other, this other name kept cropping up. What other name? Is the one I told you yesterday. Same name written over and over again. You mean Asashin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asashin, the assassin. What? What? Like a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out where they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Ah, then perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... Clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Sashiro Jugoku's life. I mean, it could have also been Gina, because he was planning to go to France with Gina, right? But then again, that's maybe later. Maybe the passport is like a separate thing for now. Clearly the assassin who was meant to take Shishiro Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Shishiro Jigoku, what name was written? Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think? In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating. I mean, yeah, if he was making the plans, why would it be a question mark? That doesn't make any sense. I am doing... Wait, I just read that, didn't I? I just saw the I hope you're well, and then I started to respond again, and I was like, wait, I've responded to that already. I will probably be very hangy later as well, because of how long we'll be going. Send Grouse for the place on the date and then the name of the mark. Okay. And you're saying that the mark listed was Shishiro Jigoku. That's what it said. Funny name if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Oh, Gina.
Hold it!
What do you mean, criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal. Well... not that we know. Not that we know. I think he's hiding a bunch of stuff. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course, you're right. He was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? We knew Oh no, actually no, he's talking about... Right, okay. The trial of Judge Jigoku, right, okay. Never mind, not the Professor case. Okay, makes sense though that he would. It was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. Well, what about Gina? Has everyone forgotten about Gina? Like, if Gregson... Kai, thank you so much. You have a great stream too.
Have a great stream. Less than 3, 3.
Thank you so much for the 35 months. Yeah, so like, what about Gina? Because if everyone, if there's the rule, right, of everyone who faces the Reaper in court is going to die, right? Then there's a couple of people that didn't die. And the most interesting one is Gina, still. Because it's been like, what, 6 months or something? It's been long. And there's been many opportunities for Gregson or anyone to get close to her and kill her if that was really the deal. Which it's not. It's not just like, oh, they're just people that got caught in it and then whatever. Gina, people know that Gina is innocent, so she doesn't really get murdered. She hasn't done anything. The whole Reaper thing is only for people who got, you know, acquitted when they should have been. Gina's safety could be because she was proven innocent. Van Ziek said in case 3 that the Reaper might spare the truly innocent. Or if Gregson is part of the Reaper, taking it under his wing could grant her protection. I mean, yes. I mean, that is also true. But, like, if Gregson is this, right? Why would Gregson then be like, well, I want her to be safe, so I'm taking her to France? Right? If he's involved in this, if he was the Reaper's right-hand man, right? And tactician and people, and actually trying to kill the marks, right? If he's, why is he still afraid of Gina dying? That doesn't make any sense. Because he was still afraid that Gina might die if she stayed in the UK. If he's the one killing the people, or at least making the murders happen, then there would be no reason for him to be afraid. So there's a big reason why I think he's not at all related to this. I really think he was just investigating it. Are you suggesting the reason Judge Goku was targeted for assassination? Yeah, was that trial, which I don't think is entirely true. The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But Asa Shin was also in Japan. Was she going to try to kill the judge as well? Maybe Gregson going rogue to protect Gina could lead to another armed sprouting to take his place. I mean, yeah, we'll see. 10 years later, the Mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. I mean, this is still like stretching things, though. This is still like stretching the evidence that they have all the time. Which I guess is normal, but they're stretching it quite far. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. Wow. Oh? Oh, Gina's objecting. Right, I've had just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people is cobblers? Come on, Odo. Yes? Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do, usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You've got to work out who it is. Please, for the boss. Oh. Yeah, no voice, Gina, objection. Very sad. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. Oh, Strongheart, how dare you? I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Oh, fuck you, Strongheart. Leave Gina alone. When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Mr. Lestrade. What? No. I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every beating place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. This is Gina. So have I. After a little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind. To do what, Mr. Naruhodo? There was one point in his cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Do you mean... Oh, wait. Wait, I just remembered. So not only the metal box, right? That's the statement he was talking about. The metal box. We found the passport in the trunk. I forgot about a detail of the trunk for a bit. So the fact that there's a chipped sword piece here. Is very suspicious. Considering there's not many people here who use swords. And the fact that he knew that the passport was inside. But it's not actually getting added to the... How did he know? Okay, I guess we present the trunk, right?
Objection!
No? No, is it not? Okay, wait. Is that not the statement we... Oh, gotta press, right, okay.
Hold it!
Fair. Thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during the cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency? Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Kazuma.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. When I present a relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. There we go. Okay.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain. And a relatively fresh one as well. What? You mean that ain't grease from all the boss's fish and chips? Gina. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's no reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it, me, with my nose for trouble? Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steam shop docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
What? But you knew it was a metal trunk. Yeah, like what the fuck? Could have been a briefcase, could have been like something else. Who knows? Could have been 2 big bags. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Well, can we inspect your sword, Kazuma? Are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day, in the same place as the inspector? He was there, with Gregson. There's a clue here that you've overlooked, a secret that trunk can tell us. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Osogi to Inspector Gregson? Let me open this. And then this thing.
Got it!
Got it! What? There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Huh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it, here in this courtroom, for all to see? Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff. Watch Prosecutor Osogi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Yep. Oh no! Tip. Broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Osogi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you and well deserved. I like that he's just testing us constantly. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Osogi? Yes. On the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. That was him, okay. In order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? What? I mean, you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Shikoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explain. I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're never going to do it? We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Shikoku arrived safely in London the following day. Well, Gregson got murdered though. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We travelled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Shikoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in the room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. Again, this is not what happened though. And end this wretched agent's life. Either he's still leaving things out or he doesn't know. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder. But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? Good question, Van Zieks. I don't need to answer that. What? What do you mean? I mean, you don't need to, but the victim was killed by a gunshot, and the small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. Accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. What the heck? Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Ah, okay. Nice. You must take immediate action now, to verify whether Sashiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. That's true. Karuma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. It is a very nice looking sword. The tip of the great sword broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have taken a swing for that to happen. I mean, yeah, it wasn't just an accident. How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. And he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Nordvan Zeeks? What? It's Nordvan Zeeks! Stop it, Kazuma! If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order, order in court, order. We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst. Oh no, not Judge Jigoku. No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who'd only just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. So, what I'm thinking is that Jigoku is trying to flee. But he saw where things were going and he's trying to run. But he's involved.
Hello there.
Hello there, Lei. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. And I still think that Herlock Sholmes and Mikotoba are chasing after him. And if anyone will know if he's alive, it's them. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake. My lord? I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, we will face grave difficulties. Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. To be continued? Not yet, okay. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin, I feel as though I'm in a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories. I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. In the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait. We're out of options. There may be one last haunt you can play. Is it... Because they said... Didn't Iris say, if you're out of options, pull the ear? Actually, it says that. Yeah, I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. Yeah, pull the ear. Why not? There may be one hand we can play. Or rather, one lost ear. Of course. The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us. Bunny time! Bunny! If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little hurdy's ears as hard as you possibly can. Now's the time. What should I do? Yeah, pull it, of course! There goes then. I'm going to do it. Well, why would you not pull it? Such a weird thing. It's like, no, I don't want to pull the ear. Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo. Now looking back. Heave! Ow! That scream sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes? Where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here. It's the Feltol talking. Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength in it. Heave! Ow! Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Wait, it's actually pulling his ear. Of course it is. Darius, hello. I hope you're doing well. Is that a mouse? It's very cute. Mr. Shams, where are you? Oh, they're on the ship? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night, after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. How did he do that? He just... poof, and then the thing went back on his ear. That's a magic trick if I've ever seen one. It looks very mousy, but apparently it's a bear. I don't agree with that. I think it's a mouse. They can say it's a bear all they want. Nope. It's a mouse. We're currently docked to Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. We left Baker Street last night. We hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port, in order to board this vessel in time. So you mean you'd already worked it out, as I thought, that the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Holmes? World famous great detective? Recited to perfection, well done. You're a genius, Mr. Holmes, that's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mrs. Otto, gently with this genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. I was Scotland Yard yesterday when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? Guessing plot points and stories is so fun. You guessed the big one in this game. Was so proud of yourself. Yeah, it's cool to be able to look ahead and be like, I think this is going to happen because this and this, and then when it comes true, you're like, oh my god, I'm so good. We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say, do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I've no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, ow, ow. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Sholmes? Why the deuce would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine. Because Iris likes pulling tricks on Sholmes, I'm pretty sure. Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half of that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Wait, are you playing as them? First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. I like that this guy is basically the same as from the previous game, except he has hair. At least I don't remember the other guy having hair like that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did. The crewman standing in front of the door is an angry looking fellow. Why you are loitering here? Who are you? My dear fellow, do you not recognize the world famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Do not recognize world traveling great sailor Chicken... Chicken stroganoff, of course. Is it his brother? Also... What is this? Huh? Sir? Why is there Sholmes' name on your arm? What the heck? You're a detective? Ah, I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikitoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes? I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. How could you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikitoba. I'm sure it was. I was right as well with that. It's like, are they brothers or something? Yeah, apparently so. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one with his name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. He said something about emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So Shashiro realized that we're after him, has he? I was so right. I was so right that they chased after Jigoku. So on point. His cabin is the one behind you. Would you like to investigate, please? No. I have orders not to let even mouse inside. Mikitoba, be a good man and draw this sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses, the plan is ruined. And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Mikitoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock? Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, my old friend, in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So we need to distract the burly sailor for 5 seconds. Game's afoot. Okay. Seems simple enough. We have a mousetrap. Nah. I mean, the fire alarm, right? Or the emergency thing. Electrical lights. Yeah, flick the switch. Ah, what is happening? Where's the light? Now, Sholmes, now. Okay, that didn't work, did it? Nobody there. That's a close shave. Quite a knack you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor. Be quiet, Sholmes. I shall have to think of another approach. It says, a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with another. Okay, I see. Set it off. Ding-a-ding. What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganov, report at once. Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was a stupid trick. No, not by me, by Wilfrid. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes. There we go. Don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikatova, and we go. Nice. When in doubt, ring the fire alarm. Or the emergency brake, or whatever it's called. Just make a lot of noise, you know? Okay, this place is a mess. Good gracious. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there, they're Sishiro's without question. Well, it seems we're just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find here. But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may, which makes this all the more thrilling. What is this? There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stopped with some cloth, so the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened here that was for no one else's ears, you think? Either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? Yeah, possibly. Those damn snakes. You never know. The wall is a slightly different color. Indeed. What you have observed arises from when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. There's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective. He may very well be the elusive thief who's been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere. We may have spotted something of similar size and shape elsewhere. Wait. This? It's the rules of passage. I think that might be slightly off, yeah. Can we wait? Why did that get moved though? Anti-reading material. A mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory. There's no copy of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? Oh yeah. Pile of clothes. It's a substantial heap of clothes. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown, omihiki work trousers, a Tanzan robe, a haramaki waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'd very likely drown in one of Sashiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Wait, did they empty out the wardrobe then? According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asogi's wardrobe. Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside by yourself, my dear fellow. What? Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, and you go. This will only take a moment. I'm really sure, surely you can just tell me what you said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer. I think I'll just read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Okay, so nothing. Bin. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. Oh, anything in there? Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. When I was still aboard myself. Oh. Evacuation drill notice. Oh. Oh yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. I didn't read it in time. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. But it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Oh, I can't look at the evidence right now. I wanted to read it again. But there was an evacuation drill when they were docked somewhere. So, it would be very important. I mean, it must be, because otherwise it wouldn't be added as evidence. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it is something wrong, Shums? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikitoba. Ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. Chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? I mean, it kind of have to, right? I already said this as well. I said, like, if anything has a room to refrigerate a corpse, it's a ship. Like, I've been thinking, like, 5 steps ahead of this game. It is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Yeah, don't say that. Mr. Shums, it's kind of weird to say that. What's this trunk? It's a very sizable trunk indeed. Yeah, if he got off, even if in a hurry, you wouldn't forget your entire trunk, surely. Sashiro is partial to all things large, and a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he'd left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity, it's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now, the situation will be quite different, though. Sadly not. It is a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in the morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Uh-oh. You were still here. Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. You were waiting for me. Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you played before. Poor innocent chicken. It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now. Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. Kukui? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left his vessel at all. I knew that as well. I assumed that at least. I didn't know, but I found it very suspicious that he would have left. He might be in the trunk. Though that would be a tight fit. Because it's possible he dumped the clothes out of the trunk and then went in himself. It's kind of like the time we did the same thing with the safe in oh god, what's his name? Why do I forget names all the time? I'm so bad with them. Guy with the monocle. Mr. Robot. I don't remember his name. Whatever. Either way, same thing. I feel like. And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff. You know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you... Good gracious, Sholmes. You mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? Of my inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more. What is this? Oh yeah. We have but minutes until this vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh, nice. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. Duh, that is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikitoba. Then please do take the lead. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last few years have done to your observational skills then, Mikitoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this. Oh, it's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see, but as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. It's the ice.
Take that!
Oh my god, the dance. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Duh! It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshment stones. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would it be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was... yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I knew nothing about this. Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. That's the key to this, Mikitoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikitoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Then let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. I mean, it's obviously the rules of passage.
Take that!
Boom, boom, boom. Tap, tap, tap. It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. Duh, you are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Ugh. That's just rude. That's just rude. Oh dear, that really seems to touch a nerve. So, Mikitoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? It's a hole. That looks like a bullet hole. Who have been shooting walls? I see, so the projectile has been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff, I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger? Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ugh. I am sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Shams. My dear Mikitoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I'd put my wager on it. Put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, we can certainly do that. What's this? Money?
Take that!
Money, money. Tap it, tap. It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money. And it wagers the Eastern fellow in question. Is this Shirojugoku, yes? Gah! So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jugoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. Oh. He looked down at I want to say coffin, but it's not. It's the chest, the container. Why was I going to say coffin? That's a bit morbid. As always, Mikitoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. I think you're onto something there, Shams. You found a chink in this burly fellow's armor. You don't only follow the man's gaze. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Shams. The man turned his entire head. That's true. Not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance. It's almost too obvious.
Take that!
Aim. Tap it, tap. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Yeah. The truth is, Sashiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is at this very moment doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine you didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't know the 7-digit code. I think we do. The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. It's written on his arm. Sholmes. Of course. In short, before Jikoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody a 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. But it's actually not the name Sholmes. It's... what? 4... so... it's upside down. It's like... 5... God, what is the second one? What is the E? Oh, 6, right? Or... yeah, 5, 6... Bart, hello. Objection indeed. How's it going? I hope you're doing well. I know nothing about combination code. So it's like 5631045, I think, right? Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Doing good? I'm glad to hear it. Namikitoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have a little time. Oh god, what did I just say? 5, 6... wait, there's no 6. Wait, is it then... wait, if it's not... okay, well, we'll see actually what it is then. 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. No? Wait, it's not... is it just 0? 5 zeros? I'm actually not sure now. What this is. Like you wrote it upside down. Wait, what if I wait, can I just gonna check if I can Did I? Oh, whoops. Okay, what if I just... we do horizontal and vertical. There you go. Oh, it's a 2. It's just a weird 2. Okay, I see. 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5, right? Just have to make sure. There we go. We're back. I did assume it might have been a 2 because there's no 2 in the rest of the code, but I didn't want to completely assume.
Take that!
I thought it was either a 0 or a 2. Like... That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? There he is. You're in mobile, so you just needed to turn your phone upside down. Yeah, with the screen it's a bit more difficult to do that. Well, Yujin, you found me now. Seishiro. Okay, please tell me what the heck's going on here. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know. But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it was some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour? Congrats on being first. It's, yeah, it got refreshed when my stream went down for a moment. So congrats. Technically the second first of the day. But I guess no one realized it. I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey, yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants. Nani, indeed. The obvious remnants of that instant in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. Oh, yes. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. Nice. I do have a channel point redemption for playing piano, yes. I'm not really planning to play piano right now, so I should probably disable it for now. Because I do want to get this is done with, basically. Okay, I'm gonna disable it for now. I will disable it, enable it again tomorrow. But I just want to finish the game today, and it might be distracting if I do play piano. Now, one moment. What is it, chums? Inside Mr. Nichikoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. Oh. Oh wait, that's what is that? The Shiro? Is that from the watch? Just Gregson's watch. Because the top of that was missing, right? And it kind of looks like a top of a watch. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Ah, we've got this, though. No to be continued yet. Oh, interesting. Kazuma Sogi, I know you. I know you wouldn't lie. Still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained. You must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper had already done the deed. Nope. We know he's alive. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all the relevant testimony. And again, nothing has been confirmed. Like, all we know for certain is that Van Zieks was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or, like, more likely, caught in something that he didn't want to be caught in. He was duped. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. No, Kazuma. All relevant testimony, far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Toshiro Jigoku, the very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? Yep. But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man? He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions. Herlock Sholmes. Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Toshiro Jigoku is the sole witness. We can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. It's true. Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to education at this point. The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jogoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. The court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. I was really expecting him to try to wiggle himself out of this, but I guess not. No objections from either side? No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day, by the skin of our teeth. Oh my god. This case. Now we get to be continued. God. It's gonna be a long one, yeah. Because there was only part 1. That was only part 1. And I'm pretty sure there's at least as many parts as the previous one. Which is 4. If part 1 took me 3 hours, that doesn't bode well. Though some parts might be shorter, we'll see. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamour around the courtroom, but outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Shums and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh, a feast. We've returned, my dear fellows. Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. You were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Sogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. Mr. Shum still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then, about the motivation for what he himself describes as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mrs. Shums, so what news of Judge Jigoku? We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there may have a lot of questions for the man. Or Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Shums. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you've had a reply already. What was so urgent though, Mr. Shums? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present. Oh, understandable. Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone. Ah, and what a feast it is. If I were none the wiser, I think the trial was won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak and kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurdy, not there. Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening? Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Iris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you on to thinking I'd left. What? The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor McTobe are Iris's father. And that makes sense. Felt that, Iris. You know I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh, no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? So, just who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. I guess not. I mean, maybe. Summit, hello. Ooh, nice stats. Very good. Very intelligent. I hope you're doing well. Let us dine while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. He's sitting like that? Okay. Fair. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, if I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes... Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer? Mr. Sholmes, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself in quite the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Yes, we do. We do. Very unpheasant matters indeed. So what was in the telegram you received back from Japan? Ah, this. I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asogi A. Shin T. Gregson J. Wilson. So that's from the first game, right? What was listed at the end? Kind of. Those 4 names. We've come across that exact same list before. Yeah, at the end of the previous game. It came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking any monumental intrigue. plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Soli, Ashen, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we did never get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So why are the names coming up again now? Yes. Where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes? I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. It was Jigoku. I knew it. I knew he was hiding something. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. Was it the detective in Japan, the guy who always is dying? Yep, there he is. You asked Inspector Husanaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. I like that he also just did it, you know? You get told, oh, go to the office of the judge. One of the highest powers in the Japanese court. And then look through his stuff. And he just did it. What a lad. I do like him. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Nice, it was added to the court record. Oh, actually, we have the stuff now, yeah. The following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 PM in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. That is very sus, isn't it? So was that... That was to do with the assassination attempts, or something like that. Probably. You see these little things all over the place, don't you? It's the part on top of a pocket watch that you twist it to set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one. The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head. It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually... Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Well, yeah, obviously. Let me go do that. I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. I was thinking the same thing. Here we go. Oop. Perfect fit. I knew it. Alright. Perhaps you knew it. I'll make a note of this new information at once. Nice. And then we have the telegram. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. Keisogi, Ashin, Tigrex, and J. Wilson. Asanaga. Not sure. The tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. So one thing I think the names might indicate, because we know that. Let me look at it again. We know that Asashin killed J. Wilson. But then, surely it's not like Kazuma was going to kill Gregson, or... Because if that's the case, then he wanted to kill Gregson, like, a year ago. Which is... that doesn't... I don't know. It's kind of weird. Okay. We're completely taken in by the lie you told us. You're a great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Otto. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi, it would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. So you manipulated me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship can drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mrs. Otto and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserves every word, I'm sure. Deserved. I wonder if she made it to America then. I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? I need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Wait. We can't talk about it though? Do we present something? Do we present this? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found. Ayasogi, Ashin, Tay Gregson, J. Wilson. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets, because after all, I am perpetually eavesdropping communications between the British and Japanese governments. Perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it. Oh my, Mr. Sholmes, what a fabulous line. Now, 1 month after that, list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to these 4 names, because you see, there was someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. Kei Asogi and T. Gregson. Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent the study tour from going ahead? Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I'd recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad. It is. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. No. But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume. Ah, of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name Giselle Bratt. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow, but I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. Hated when daddies die, such a waste. I mean, yeah, it's sad. Yeah, Lumen, you're right. It's very sad. What? Topsy? What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Also, Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would, of course, explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin, I can see where this is going. It's kind of what I thought. So Shin would kill Wilson, and then Sogi would kill Gregson. At least if that's correct, but watching 2 modalities is so confusing. Wait, why are you watching 2 of me? Wait, why are there 2 of me? So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of an assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You have this tab opened with my current stream and Super Mario Wonder playthrough on YouTube splitting? Oh no. That would get confusing, yeah. You mean Kazuma? Oh. He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was assassination of the Mark. But he didn't say Jigoku. Did he... But now the question is did he assassinate Gregson? Or did he... I mean, he must have tried. Otherwise, the trunk wouldn't have had the mark on it, right? The gash in it. Young Mr. Usogi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, the document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. It would then be an assassin exchange. So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. Certainly it does sound like an exchange, but what on earth is the point? Don't forget, Naruto, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. But the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. Highest levels? These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by a contractual agreement. Yeah, so as I said, the government is involved. It goes real high up. It's all a conspiracy. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated, yet in truth the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sashiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asogi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson? So Jigoku wasn't actually the mark? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. Yeah, he did. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. It's too much to take in. Damn it, Gregson. Why'd you have to hide all this stuff? Alright everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister. I'm sorry, Iris. I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing. Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really? Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Bruno to the floor? Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. No, don't do that. Father figure? I mean, he could be a father figure still. You didn't have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Bruno. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so much. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. God. What a mess. Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. A list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jigoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden, but at the same time I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww. Naruhodo. Ah, to be continued. Okay, second part was a lot shorter than the first. That's good. That's good. We're getting there. We're doing it. Bonk. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice, and the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Are you sure you want the whole truth, Strongheart? Are you sure you want the whole truth? Because I'm pretty sure you're part of that whole truth. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. You shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. That is completely fair, yeah. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this day. Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. God damn it, Kazuma. Oh no, Lumen. He's like, I knew this would be a kangaroo court, but this is a whole zoo, what the fuck? Yeah. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. He sneezed. It happens, Newman. Woodwood, hello. I hope you're well. I get a distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Puss puss indeed. I hope you're ready for later today. For the training, right? For the chewing. Just got a... Oh, you just got a call for work. Tonight's trip is cancelled. Never mind then, I guess. I guess you're not doing bad. I guess I spoke too soon. Thanks anyway, that's okay. I want to chill with you. Please tell Zeeks to take right from bad. Oh no. Oh no, Lumen. I hope you're doing good, Woodwood. Other than that, of course. You must be punished. I don't think you need to be punished necessarily, Lumen. I don't think so. I don't think you need to be punished. No, you do. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? You don't understand that too. I mean, you do belong in horny jail. That is true. That is true. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. You do not? Well, you just said you needed to be punished. So you belong in horny jail, right? Was that not an admission to guilt? You're an innocent Korok, of course. You just misbehaved this one time. Okay, yeah, just the once. It's never happened before, definitely not. Okay, we're ready. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We resume the closed hearing of Baroque Van Zieks. The defense is ready, my lord. Prosecution is more than ready. Wow. Trying to one-up me there, huh, Kazuma? Except with Gale and Halcyon and Astarion. Basically the entire male crew of Baldur's Gate, yep. Yeah. Not entirely true, but... So what's his face is boring? The Warlock? Oh, Will? Fair. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Brings Sashiro Jigoku into the courtroom. Last stand, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because it's going to test its limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never fancied a young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. What do you mean self-importance? That's rude. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? Now I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? God, he really doesn't want to do any of this, does he? I beg your pardon? This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Shishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
What on earth is that? You know, fair response. It's a fair response, to be honest. This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse with the compliments of the defense. Wait, does it not work? What do you mean? I mean, it's definitely involving him, but I guess the other evidence is more compelling. Fine. I mean, he's involved in Gregson's case, but I guess this is more of a, like a...
Take that!
I was just gonna time to Gregson's case, but this is fine. This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You literally... He doesn't like it. Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Keisogi and Ah Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police officer Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. 1 assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Yeah, that one Kazuma wasn't expecting, I don't think. This telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. I don't think anyone expected it, to be honest. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jigoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma? You lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. Yeah, he didn't say. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. Yeah, I did notice that. He kept saying the target, or like... He was very vague about who he was there to kill. He said he was there to kill someone. He never said Jigoku's name. love it when characters get wrapped in something so much bigger than they realize. Yeah, it's crazy. The idea that Shishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah. You deliberately avoided saying the name? The defense claims that these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events on the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. What's he going to spout here? It's true that Kazuma Asugi was assigned to the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. Right. So you admit it then? As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder, it's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Sogi had a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. Well, I'm thinking he's sitting right opposite. I'm thinking that he's sitting right opposite, but I can't be certain of that. Opposite of Jigoku, I mean, which is Strongheart. Stupid Woodwoods indeed. Are you gonna use that quote so much, Woodwood? Is that gonna be your standard quote now? Not a sheriff, okay. Of course. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. Well... what is this then? What's this? The crew was away for 20 minutes. Sir? Yeah, and of course Kazuma is still like on the whole train with like Gregson was killed when returning to London. No, he's not. He wasn't. Shut up. To think that the seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Machiavellian? What even is that word? Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything. That sounds like a strong heart, cough, cough. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Cunning, scheming, and unscrupulous, especially in politics. Okay. I mean, it sounds about right. It's a good word to use, then. What do you mean, just like me? That doesn't sound like me. I'm not scheming. Keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. You're saving that one, Machiavellian? Okay. You save it then. Can I just... I should press some stuff, but I kinda just want to see if this works immediately.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Shigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. But where did you get that? In the wastepaper basket. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ugh.
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. What do you mean? Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. What do you... Wait. 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 Okay, Kazuma, sorry, but that's interesting. But you're like, well, he said he didn't shoot him, is basically what you're saying here. That's like... That's the... I don't even know what to say to that. You're like, well, clearly he couldn't have shot him because he said nothing happened. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. I mean, true, but I do have evidence. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What's this thing?
Take that!
Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It was a weird way to say he needs to show evidence. Yeah, like, saying it was conjecture and that he would need more proof, I understand that. But being like, no, but they said he didn't do it though, is such a bad way of defending someone, or like of prosecuting. It's terrible. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Wait, Dickus? Is Dickus here, Woodwoods? Why are you puss-pussing Dickus? As this was retrieved from his cabin, tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Grr. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill, in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Why do you keep calling me murderer?
Objection.
I haven't done anything. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. What the heck is it now, Kazuma? I'd rather like this pocket watch. It's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. Well, of course he feels the same way. He doesn't want to be accused with the murder. What is this? But I like that he is like, oh, your thing is full of holes, your argument is full of holes, but then he still believes that Van Zieks did it. I'm like, that's full of so many holes. Like, so many holes. And you believe that, but not what I just stated? Kazuma, really? I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel. Dickus, there you are. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. To be fair, it's kind of how court is. You stick to your story. I get it. But then he shouldn't be so like if he doesn't have anything immediately to show for it, then don't be like, oh, but of course it's full of holes. Like, what do you mean? Show me evidence, my dude. I always have to do that, so you do it too. But they never do, or barely ever. They are always like, but actually this and this happened, and this happened, this must be what happened, and it's like, oh yes, of course, that made logical sense, and then they almost acquit them. Or they do, it's guilty. And you have to be like, oh, but no, this evidence states that's not true at all. Because I have evidence. I've known that if I'd known it results, oh, wait. If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. Well, that's just rude. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll not notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. One moment in the story he really liked was when Van Zieks made an assertion and then said, and I assure you the prosecution can prove it. Yeah, like if you can prove it, then great. Make an assertion and then prove it. Instead of just being like, I'm gonna make this assertion and then everyone is going to believe it. It's like, what do you mean? That's not how it's supposed to work. It's like saying, I have a theory, and then everyone being like, oh yeah, the theory, that sounds great. Yeah, you know, do that. That's the one. That they're guilty, definitely. It's like, that, wait, but it was a theory. As prosecutors don't normally have to bother with that. Yeah, they should though. They should. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Okay. Very well, then you may proceed to give your formal testimony. Okay, what happened? What happened? I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. After finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an ippon so throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broke when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. Like... Okay, so they were like, oh yeah, it's full of holes. But there was a hole in your the cabin of your ship as well. Why didn't we have a picture of that anyway? I feel like they should have took a picture of the cabin when they were there to hand over as evidence, so we can be like, but there's a gunshot in the wall. There's a hole in the wall from a gunshot. Because right now we have to kind of maneuver around it. Where he can just be like, oh, no shot was fired. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with the murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain. But again, this is like, they were like, oh, there's so many holes. See? It's like, okay, but he could be lying though. Because, you know, sure, it fits a little bit, but it's still kind of, really? That's what happened? Really? Ippon Seoi? A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. Yeah, true, he could be lying, but it's down to us to prove it. But yeah, well, the main thing that I'm annoyed by is that he's like, oh, what you just said is full of holes, see? And then he's like, don't say it's full of holes, be like, okay, I see where you're coming from, but testimony, right? It's like, you don't have to be so harsh constantly. It's not full of holes at all. It's a very legitimate theory that you have to disprove, Kazuma, and then by you trying to disprove it, and then I come with more evidence, and then it's supposed to be like this dance that you do, right? Until you come to the truth. It's kind of the idea. But then insulting the other party is just not part of it. Rinosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Well, yeah, that's true, but... What? So dramatic. So dramatic. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. The testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I could tell. I mean, yeah. That's the thing. It appears to hold it well, and it makes sense that someone who is a judge, who is probably very, very smart, is able to wiggle his way through this. You speak like you've never played an Ace Attorney game before. Well, I know that they're always a little bit insulting, but I can still find it rude. I can still find it rude and unnecessary. Especially if the one insulting you is a childhood friend turned prosecutor, who is also involved in this, mind you. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. Fuck you, Jigoku. Seriously. I can't believe I liked you as a judge. Proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay. Here we go. And the guest waiting. Let's just press everything. I don't know anything in particular right now that I can like put evidence in. Yeah, he seemed so cool before, and now he's like, "You're a disgrace to your countrymen." I'm like, what? What did I do? Only because you're getting caught in your lies. Because the so-called guard posted it to your cabin door and just let the killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and moustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. Okay, just because of that, huh? Okay. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set alarm bells on the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned and I immediately disembarked the ship. Why? It's so weird. Why would he board the ship, go to the cabin, leave? But, okay, sure. It's such a weird thing to do. It's like, okay, I'll go aboard, never mind. He didn't do anything, according to him, obviously. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at the cabin. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of, oh shit, you had evidence against that lie from him. Like, if he's a judge, you should know how this works. That's true. That is very true.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name, and there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? Well, surely he would have known the man's name. I mean, he's heard the man's name before. I guess he might not have had an image of him. No, wait, he knew him. He must have known him from back then. From 10 years ago. Right? He must have. Gregson was there 10 years ago as well. And he knew the name because of the telegram. Like, surely you would have known him. Like, of course, there's a chance he couldn't have known, but that's such a slim chance. Good afternoon, Yoda. Welcome. Well, certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction, but I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. I'm pretty sure he hadn't. Or at least, maybe he has, but I don't... He doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would shoot someone. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Console throw. Even though the man had a gun, that was a very brave move. My Ippon Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. Okay. Interesting statement. Surely all that commotion caused by the crew caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Hmm? Yes, of course. She burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. And standing guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. Except getting out of a court case, maybe. Jigoku?
Hold it!
Crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that the murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is that the power of my jujutsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Oh my god. That was the star of your lowbrow detective stories. Told you, isn't it? Is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Well, that's why I said, like, they should have taken a picture. I knew it was gonna be like, oh no, there's no gunshot, what do you mean? Have you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Should have taken a picture.
Hold it!
Damn it, Holmes. But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think the idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? Well, it was already going to Britain. What do you mean? How could he have gone back? It was going there. When people die, their bodies remain in the same spot. It's a devil of a thing. What do you mean? It's on a ship. The ship is moving. Jigoku, please. Tell me you know how this works. Because... are you saying that when people die, they just stay at the same spot forever? No one can move them. It's immovable. It just... clips through the ship, basically. The ship just keeps moving and the body just stays there in the middle of nothingness. It's illegal, yeah. The bodies always remain just stationary. They can't be moved. It's impossible. Well, then obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Or put it in a container. But all these things are very simple to solve. All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. I mean, that's killed that idea? No, it hasn't. Not necessarily. There's a lot of reasons that it could have worked, especially because it was a government conspiracy. Jigoku has a lot of connections, you know. If they can store it in the freezer on the ship, and they can somehow store it somewhere in a box or something until it needs to be moved off, and then because of it being a secret, a government thing, they don't inspect it. There's a lot of reasons that it could work. But perhaps not, Mrs. Sato. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. But transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? No, we're not. I thought it'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony. Oh? There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Oh god, what do I... Do I have anything that... I don't think so. I'll just press it for now.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And he met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel. So he did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? But no. So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruto. Yes, of course. So... his luggage, though. It's big enough that they wouldn't... I don't know. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruto must have murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in a little room in Fresno Street. If he was really killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruto. Well, yeah, that's what I said. Okay, wait, what do I... Let's save and then think it over a little bit. There's no possible way. Red-handed league. Paragraph, letter of introductions, team shape. Missile notice, photograph, candles, keys, revolver, photograph, autopsy report, notice board, Phoenix fire, photograph victim.
Objection!
He has the trunk with him. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Rinosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he is exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. I mean, it's kind of what I said. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? TGAA said, put that man in the tiny space. Rinosuke, Driver, Jigoku, and Gregson. Yeah. Everyone is just being crumpled up all the time. I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruto, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Ding ding ding! Order! Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk, how horrifying. Horrifying indeed, yeah. And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Bottle Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She has acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of that requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. Were you not listening, Kazuma? As the accused, Baron von Ziek shot the victim at point-blank range. Oh my god. He's like a broken record, really. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply. Because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts. Wait. I mean, it's indeterminate, but I don't think it's the autopsy report, is it? Oh, I can save at least. Let me do that first. What proves that he didn't die instantly? He couldn't have died instantly. Not trunk. It's not the sword, is it? Wait, maybe I should try the autopsy report. It's probably not right, but... Yeah. No, I didn't think it would be right. This is the one, right? I'll just reload. Why am I blanking on this? Pocket watch? Surely not. I don't actually know. What do we have that he was shot? I don't know. I'm actually blanking on this. I mean, surely not the sword. Surely not. I don't. What? Police ID. I mean, I feel like if it was older evidence, couldn't we have already disputed it anyway? So, I'm thinking it's something recent, but now I'm just blanking. Why is Ryunosuke suddenly like, ah, but of course? Because if we had the evidence the entire time, why didn't we constantly be like, actually, no. I don't... The sword? What would the sword have to do with any of it? Oh wait, the blood on the trunk, maybe? No. I don't know. It doesn't prove anything, does it? I'll do the test. I don't know. Nope. I really don't have any idea what it wants from me at this point. Was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. What? That he was moved? A picture of the death scene? I mean, it's not really clear that he was moved, though. And if that's true, like, if it's clear that he was moved, why wouldn't we have indicated this before? I don't understand. I don't see it at all. This doesn't help, that doesn't help. I mean, I'll try the picture because you said it. Wait, it is? Is it because of the drag marks? The photograph of the victim in the very location he claimed he wasn't killed. But the point is the posture of the body itself. Oh, that. I mean, I did think that, but... But isn't it... I mean, you would think... That, like, that's such a, like... A link that's... Well, I get it. I feel like that... Why isn't that brought up earlier? If he died immediately on being shot, it looks strange that he'd curl up. I mean, yeah, that's true. I guess it's one of those things that I just feel like is more of a stretch than most of the other things that the prosecution has said. You know? Like, I get that we have to point it out and be like, ah, but the posture is like, okay, cool. Like, I was like, what do they want? What definitely proves it? And he's like, the posture of the body. It's like, does that definitely prove it though? Does it? It's a bit of a stretch. Like, I get that it does. But the reason I didn't want to go for this immediately is because I was like, well, they're just gonna be like, well, of course, well, he died instantly, he just curled up and died. It's like, can't curl up if you're dead. I know, but it makes sense. But I just assumed that that they would just be like, oh no, no, because they've done that with everything else. That's the reason. It makes sense. But it's not one of those like hard-hitting things where I'm like, but we have a passport, we have a thing that actually shows. You know, it's one of those things that's not... I don't know. I get it. But it's... The reason I don't like it is because I don't trust the opposition. Not because the evidence itself is faulty. Because I like where it's going. I just don't trust the opposition. The deceased was actually a spider, which is why they curled up after that. Exactly. That's what I just assume the opposition is gonna do. Is be like, oh, but because again, if this is so simple of like he couldn't have died instantly because he curled up, right? The posture of the body doesn't make sense. Why wasn't it posed way earlier? That's my annoyance with this. Not the evidence itself, it's the timing of it. But that's just me. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in the room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. Yeah. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. See, this is exactly what I was expecting as well. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself in that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. So the answer should be abundantly clear by now. Yeah, I guess the reason they do this timing after the fact, after the case thing, is that they're like, oh, now do you know that he curled up into a ball, that he couldn't have died instantly rather, is because he was being... The reason why his body is in that position is because it was put in the case. You can kind of make that argument from each other. But it's a little bit silly that we wouldn't have mentioned it before at all. As a curious thing. Not necessarily as evidence, but just mentioning it offhand. Oh, have a good one, Lay. Go lie down a bit. Have a little rest. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space. Yeah, we didn't have any indication before that Gregson was stuffed in a small space. And since we didn't have an explanation, we couldn't bring it up. Because where would the point go? Well, the point would be that he didn't die instantly. But that would just make it so that, or like, that wouldn't be the point actually, no. Because that would be the thing then, right? They would just be like, oh, is the report false? Instead. They might have just been like, oh, might have been wrong. I don't know. Yeah, where would it have gone? That is true. But it's not necessarily something I thought they would mention in court. More like outside of court when you're investigating. It's like, oh, why is he called up like that? Didn't he die instantly? You know, that. But I guess it's... I don't know. It's one of those things that you always have a bit of evidence where you're like, I don't know. That's such a weird one to bring up at this point in time. There's always one in every case, I feel like, that you're like, I don't know. I'm not sure what to do here. It feels a bit off to me, mainly because the entire time I've been knowing where this is going and then not being able to say why it is that it is always annoying to me. Like, I know where it's going, I know exactly what's going on, but not being able to pinpoint a thing just because of the way that they want you to prove it is always annoying to me. But that's just how it is, you know, that's how these games are. Sometimes you have something that you instantly figure out and you're like, oh yes, this and this and this and this, and then sometimes you're like, what do they want here? It's very hard to write something that constantly makes sense for everyone. Some people will get one thing instantly, some will get others very quickly. It's all dependent on how you view the evidence and what you remember from the evidence. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. And, I mean, we could have also done that. Like, we could have also just been like, well, if you want to prove that he was, you know, he was taken in that trunk, just inspect the inside of the trunk. That would have been an easier thing to explain, you know, and be like, can we check your trunk for blood? Just, you know, just want to check. Oh, there's blood in there? Ooh, that's suspicious, isn't it? Because I already gave a good point. All they had to do was just be like, okay, let's inspect the trunk for blood. And if you're wrong, then he's free to go, right? That would have been fine by me. But instead I have to prove something very inane that doesn't necessarily... Like, I know that the curled in the ball thing proves something, but in my mind as well, like, if you're gonna move someone's body, why not lay it out differently? You know? Because he's still curled up in a ball, it's kind of... He didn't do a good job, you know? He didn't do a good job. He could have sprawled it out a little bit, or whatever. It's his own fault, though. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. Ah yes, the baseless accusations for which I've provided many things already in terms of evidence. Murder cover-ups are rarely even close to flawless, to be fair. That is true. That's true. I'm just saying he was not very good at covering it up. And he's just using his foreign affairs status as a shield. In other words, Judge Shigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You are a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Yeah, tell him. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jogoku, what's it to be? I can't handle the truth, that's true. Richie, hello. I hope you're doing well. You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all? Kazuma Soki. Quick visit before D&D? Well, I hope you enjoy D&D later then, Twitchy. I hope you're doing well. We're getting to the bottom of things. What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous. So it was you. You admit that... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? You know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh. Oh yeah, he's gonna turn it around on Kazuma. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Sogi. Yeah, fight, fight, fight. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Sashiro Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Sogi. This isn't a dead end, it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just one step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed... Oh god. Is it possible? I mean, he wouldn't use a gun, I don't think. But that's not enough evidence, really, is it? I don't know if we can... I mean, it is possible, isn't it? Technically? Oh god. I mean, why would it be impossible? What would make... guards? No, because there was the 20 minutes period that no guards were around. I'll say it's possible. I just want to say it's possible. Well, it is possible, my lord. What? How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? But the fact is, I can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo. I think perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence. So true. Actually, we have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. Do we now? Before we plow on, feigning ignorance of what just occurred, Council must be penalized for that short, embarrassing, but... Yeah, okay. I did think it was impossible, but I just wanted to say it was possible. Goku, let me remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? Present what you have. Prove it. Demonstrate the possibility of his involvement. I mean, that's what I was just looking for, but... I don't know. I actually don't know. Again. What are these? This is all not related. Over. And autopsy reports. I mean, is it the autopsy reports? I mean, no.
Take that!
Nope. Yeah, I was like, maybe because the gun is a thing of the judiciary. It's all far-fetched to me at the moment. I have no idea where the game wants me to go with this. Harvesting floor plan. Notice boards. Cover up isn't what we're discussing here. For papers, it's surely not. I mean, is it the trunk? Because there's... It doesn't make any sense. Just because there's a gash in it doesn't mean... I'll present the sword. Nope, I don't know. I have no clue. I actually have no clue here. What is he even saying? We know a crew member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. As long as the guards was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without being heard. I very much narrows down. Wait, what? Wait, so is he talking about the freaking drill thing again? But why? What does that have to do with anything?
Take that!
moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. But why? The night in question, as always, the crewman sentry was on guard outside the cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So it tells us the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And it narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock. I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Right. That's true. Oh shit, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Well, yeah, but it's still like a he said thing. That's why I was like... Like, I know that he wasn't lying about this, right? And then he can check it, so it makes sense. He left the paper trail, yeah. He did leave the paper trail, I know. But it's just one of those things that I immediately don't latch onto. Well, not immediately latch onto, because it's such a... Like, the itinerary notice was already used in evidence. And saying like, oh, it already left port, I was like, we knew that already. So I didn't think it was new evidence. It's just that the evidence, again, proves a different point. And that type of stuff is very hard for my brain to keep track of, because in my brain it's already happened, and I'm like, what are we trying to prove here? Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. And that's true. It is actually conclusive proof this time. Because he was not on the ship. That's at least something conclusive here. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back in. No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. You think the difficulty from loads of information is intentional? Oh, definitely, definitely. But to me, it's more that the information in my brain has already been used. So I already have the information in there. And I'm like, yeah, the ship wasn't in Dunkirk after 10 PM. But I don't link that to Kazuma not being on there. Because, or at least not that, to that piece of evidence, if that makes sense. Because I was like, yeah, well, Kazuma couldn't have done it, but why couldn't he have done it? And I didn't link those together at all. Because I had already, like, moved on from that piece of evidence. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof. No, moving on, you must stay in the past, apparently, yeah. You can't forget that you're a judge or government minister. This time he gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Grrr. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Says Shiro Jigoku. It was that damned trial 10 years ago. It's when all this began. Oh. Oh, he's breaking it again. Don't break the witness stand. Looking back now, my Yep, there it is. Oh, what? Why did it fly away? It's over. My life is over. It just flies away. British assassin to eliminate professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to... So what did he say? Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Yeah. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangement for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk.
Hello there.
Trolls, hello. I hope you're doing well. Did you have a good birthday yesterday? And thank you for the hydrate. It wasn't bad? That's good. That's good. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? Yeah, so the person in charge of the assassinations also sent Gregson into his death. But there's only one person who could have done that. No, Cosmo. You're still stuck on this? The mastermind of the entire operation, the Reaper himself. Oh my god. So it means the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. But at 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British-issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. You young judicial assistant over there has already answered the question. There was no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. How did no one find it in the refrigeration room? Did no one go in at the time? I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced that where the body was found in London. But in that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. The fact that this is all known, well, even the Yard didn't know. That just means that the person who is very high up, his British counterpart, is part of the Reaper business. Like, it's almost impossible for him not to be. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a Hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspected I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red Hat League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 50 minutes later. So that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. Ah. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Combat, hello. Congrats on the 10th stream streak. I hope you're doing good. And yeah, trolls, the beard is gone. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Aww. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. I think it can. That's the problem. Enough. I've I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? Finished. All of it. I'm finished. But it's not over. Then in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Sashiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this court. Okay, so it's kind of weird that he does it like this, considering the trial is not about Jigoku. So pronouncing someone guilty is kind of weird to do that. You can't pronounce him guilty right now. That's not how it works, Strongheart, and you should know that. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Is something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange, we do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication, I hereby declare the defendant Baruch van Zieks.
Objection!
Ah, here we go. Can't end here. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Kazuma. And therefore it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed. Nevertheless, Baruch van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, into this sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but so what I want to know is who coerced Jigoku, who was pulling the strings. The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baruch van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? What is Kazuma up to? Order. The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case? Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper. Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed. What do you mean? It's already been established that the Assassin Exchange was negotiated by Jigoku with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. That explains Kazuma's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Okay, what is he going to say here? Very well, whilst it's extremely irregular. I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. What is it? I wonder what this is all about. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this violent, unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that has gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stands can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-san is so emotional at the moment he's not thinking logically. Now, I think he is. But his intention isn't Van Zieks. Still, I don't think it ever was. I think his intention is figuring out what the heck's going on. And sure, he still doesn't like Van Zieks, probably, but he's got a goal in mind. I knew it would be like this, and I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise, as a lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Okay. Okay, what's Van Zieks gonna say here? I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Myself, Gregson, Dr. Wilson. This, maybe? We'll see. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange. You deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey and that you masterminded the Assassin Exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused is to be untrue. Inosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction, you're convinced, lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I don't know if I just present immediately. I will keep saving because I already wasted some of my options here.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, it's 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? The autopsy report of the Professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The Professor. I've personally researched all of the court records relating to the case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Kenshin Sogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. It's interesting, because they've never said what the vital clue was, right? Indeed, that was key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Nice. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy that 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asoka's young lad, are you? And what, you're going to cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on your answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak. I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Ziek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zieks. No, there was someone else. There was someone else. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. This is such a, it's an interesting thing, because it's like, Jigoku said he was ordered to do things as well. And surely a prosecutor in England doesn't have power over a judge in Japan, like a minister in Japan even. Like surely they must see the flaw in that logic, right? It follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zieks.
Objection!
What flaw? You see no flaw? Oh. Well, we'll see. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? What? What Van Zieks? Oh, here we go. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. It if Lord Van Zieks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. True identity. Can we... I'm gonna save. I wonder what happens. J'accuse.
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulate the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Miles Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yeah, get him. Get wrecked, Strongheart. It's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zieks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt before the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial, but I see now I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago, and that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seshiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. Are we just allowed to drink wine in court? Well, Van Zieks is a special case, I think. Usually he doesn't even drink it. He just pours it and then destroys the destroys the actual cup. Or he throws the wine bottle, or he doesn't drink it very much. Claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Order. Order in the court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, and in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? No, there is. No, there is. There is one person. Professor Mikatoba actually penned the report. And he is right here. He is very close. pretty sure by now that the whole place behind him is covered in plastic, so not the wine won't stay in the room. Yeah. Definitely. Because otherwise the carpet would be very bad. Like, it would be terrible to clean it up. But that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. The court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma has more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened? There is someone. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope. One objection. Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Oh my god. Strongheart's just getting bullied by the Japanese. Are you sick of Kazuma's shit at this point? A little bit. A little bit. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord Professor Yujin Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Sashiro Jigoku and Genshin Asogi as a visiting student. And what else could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. He didn't know. He didn't know at all that Mikotoba was involved. You know what this means? That we're striking up? That Professor Mikotoba has to... He was only left alive because he wasn't credited for the report. Exactly, yeah. Because he didn't know. Strongheart didn't know Mikotoba was involved at all. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. Yeah, of course he doesn't want it. That just implies your guilt, my dude. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone he knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. Sir, present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. This time I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Wow, that's just rude. For one, I'm pretty sure that his father killed just one person. Like, I know for a fact that his father, at best, killed one person. I just don't know who... Actually, I mean, the only reason he would do that would be as if Clint himself was also part of it. If Clint was... Oh, the Baroque won't like that though. The Baroque will not like hearing that his brother might be involved in crimes. That's not good. Oh well, we'll see. As I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Sashiro Jigoku. Is there any hidden circumstances that may exist? They will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. But we all know what will happen. They'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. The punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Sogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Sogi. Girl. Oh no. Kazuma. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Hold it. Who's there? Sherlock Sholmes! In the flesh! Mr. Sholmes. This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Sashiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mael Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order in court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices, a door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no right to express an opinion in court proceedings. Silence. He's right, the judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, what will that really do? Yeah, I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes, dark things indeed. Is there a single person present here that's truthful? Well, the trial should go on. Summon a witness. That's right. We need to clear up the young Japanese story, blah blah blah. They're talking too fast. Oh Lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth. Vindicate yourself. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. The foundation of British law. Testify. Testify. Well, my lord. You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Oh, he's been put on the spot here. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Okay, they've arranged for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikito was a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikito was here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely, it's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff should the witness to the stand. Strongheart sweating and seething, yeah, he doesn't like this. He's trying to stay calm, but he knows he's kind of in a tough spot here. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Nice. And to confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. I like the wordplay with maelstrom. Strongheart, maelstrom, you know. Like nice little cheeky wordplay there. Okay. Next part. We might be able to do this in a reasonable time frame, depending on how long this is. We'll see. I like that Scythe's daughter is there. What was the name again? I've already forgotten. I mean, it's in the autopsy report. Gory, Maria Gory. Maria, yeah, I like her. The Strongheart's name in Japanese was Heart Vortex, so you wonder if Ryu said I'm ready to head into the heart of the vortex. Probably something like that, yeah. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic science at the Imperial Yumei University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gory. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She's just appeared. She's just here. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama? That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Size that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? Oh, Van Zieks, I like it. I like it. Maria's your favorite minor character in the story? She's great. I do like her as well. Oh, nice. Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikitova, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinner's. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zieks? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that the mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it was before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. Calm yourself, Kazuma. We'll get there, okay? You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Poor Van Zieks hearing this girl talk about his dead brother's innards, yeah. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Very threatening. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-styled sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from a man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikitoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? But he's really too happy about that, isn't he? He claimed the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Totally not evil. Yeah, no, he's totally not evil. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. Of court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. But cross-examination? Strongheart? If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Yeah, exactly. It was completely different from all the other cases. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Oh, he's scrambling. He doesn't like it. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. And before sword drawing? Nah, there's not going to be... Well, maybe there's going to be sword drawing later, but... From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that it was fabricated. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either. Wasn't any indication. No, true, I couldn't. You do like Strong Judge Hammer? It's like a unicorn thing. I don't like the sound it makes, but that's about it. I do like the visuals. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary system doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Mercantile sword. In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Oh, do you mean to say... You think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not in fact have been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. Well, that's... I mean... Yes, but no. We can doubt them. And it's pretty much... In my mind, it's pretty much set that Clint was not killed by the professor. And in fact, Clint might have been the professor. And was killed by Asogi, yes. But because he needed to be stopped. Genshin Asogi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Yeah, he didn't. No signs of internal injury. But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Corey? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mom has told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. Unbelievable? Yeah, they keep bringing up the piece of evidence. It's been mentioned so many times. And every time they're not saying what it is. What was it?
Hold it!
What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. Like a ring? It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asogi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left London for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Did we have anything to do with the ring? I remember it, but I don't think we have any evidence related to it. Was it mentioned in the papers? When was it mentioned? Or was there an image that I saw? Is the ring? I don't actually remember. Oh well, it's not important right now, I don't think. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. Why does the sword have a missing piece? Because it's... the missing piece is here. There's a little gash. And there's a pieces lodged in there. Maybe they'll be able to fix it at some point, I don't know. Wouldn't be easy though. Kazuma got angry, he did. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. Oh. What? There it is. Here it is, a bit dusty from the years in the stores. Good gracious. Yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. Years. Long years, not young years. Maria Clutch? You know, right? Amazing. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikitoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gorey, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that it's crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Okay. Claws look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It does. Not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. It's a very nice ring. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yeah, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I think. Wow, now my finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you. Why would you make so... Oh god, you couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. That's true. It would like scrape along. It would be pretty bad. Sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. True. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, well that's... like, the fact that the claws can scratch, like, are sharp, and that it could be, like, scratching this, like, esophagus or things like that. That seems important. You must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Oh, wait. More carefully? More carefully than we already did? Is there more to it? Very carefully. I don't think there's much to investigate other than it's sharp. The game just likes reminding you to examine the evidence. Yeah, I thought as much. Oh, have a good one, Yoda. Enjoy game night. Until next time. Maybe the ring mauled the victims' throats. Oh no. That would be quite something. Okay, well, let's press this first. That was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Hisogi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a lie. My father was no killer. Barak van Zieks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that we were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. What? No. I'm sorry, Van Zieks, but that's not at all true. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Your father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I think. I wonder if he's had suspicions all these years. No signs, no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all.
Objection!
Boom. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikitova? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as eternal problem. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? They are vampires, they regenerate quickly. You know what? I don't think we can bring that in as evidence though, trolls. I don't think we can say that with absolute certainty. It's a good line of thought though. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikitoba? Well, if you swallow the ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and the esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikitoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested this item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Reminded that the reason Zeeks isn't mad at Kazuma about what he's doing is because he understands. He completely overlooked this contradiction. Well, yeah, definitely. I just feel bad for Van Zeeks because this is gonna ruin how he thinks about his brother, I'm pretty sure, in the end. Because if what I'm thinking is correct, because of everything I know about Asogi and about what he left behind and all that stuff, is that Asogi, sure, maybe he killed Clint. I'm pretty sure he killed Clint. But that doesn't mean he was the professor. And in fact, he might have killed Clint because he was the professor. The reminder was less of an actual reminder and more of a, hey, isn't this sad? Yeah. I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricates the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is very easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon? But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all their secrets inside. That's wrong. Maria, I love you. I love that so much. Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Amazing. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of being assaulted. I knew I remembered the ring from something. That was his memory, right? That he recounted. Of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Bang. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target at all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Kazuma... Objection. I must sulk. I must sulk now. Objection. You pathetic coward. Expect me to believe that you weren't involved. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Oh my god. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have an arrest. Kazuma, please. I see you in a bit, Trolls. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Inosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? Oh. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that's indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. Of his one deed. But then... It's with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land and the knowledge I will never see my homeland or family again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. I thought maybe there was something in there, but... This is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... That would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. Well, no, not necessarily. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Can you just say that Genshin being framed while he was protecting Van Zieks, which would lead to Van Zieks despising him, is so tragic? Yeah, it is. It's like he was rescued and then immediately basically had to turn around 2 days later and prosecute his savior. Who didn't actually... Well, he despised him for a good reason, but... He was protecting someone? Well, that too. But if the autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. Oh. Here we go. Boom! Thank you, Rinosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protected. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel for my mind... Yeah, like, what better evidence than, like, well, the people involved with it were murdered and it came from up top. Like, what better evidence for fabrication do you need? People involved with it were killed. If I force the grievances I feel for my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in a delusion these 10 years. Not me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Norikoto. If you can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. Oh god, okay. are the Asogi papers? Is there anything I can imagine, or maybe... I don't know.
Take that!
I don't think so. No. Okay. Let me just reload immediately. There's no need to see through that. I was like, is this it? No, it's not. Okay. The silence in court though. Oh. I'm
Take that!
not sure about this, but no. Okay, I was gonna be like... so my thought with that one was like, he didn't want to make Zeke's... make Van Zeke's Baroque, right? He wouldn't want... I didn't want to hurt Baroque Van Zeke's. But that's kind of a stretch. I was like, yeah, I don't know about that one. Why didn't he fight back? There's another jailbreak. Oh wait, maybe... Wait. I mean, did he know already that he would be free later? I'm actually not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Again. A lot of the time I'm like instantly like, oh, this, and then sometimes I'm just completely stumped. I'm like, what am I even looking for? I thought the Asogi papers would be something. This is nothing to do with anything. I don't know. I really have no clue again. I thought the Asogi papers would be something, but I don't see how. Autopsy report, does it... I really have no ideas, and there's so much evidence that I just... Why would you stay quiet? Like, this has nothing to do with him. This has nothing to do with him. Neither does this. A ring. Sword. This is all nothing to do with him. The papers. Nothing to do with him. And there's this photograph. And there's this. And that's about it. So there's only like 5 or so that I can think of it being.
Take that!
The sword, definitely. Have a good one, trolls. Enjoy D&D.
Take that!
There we go. Okay, so it was that. It was that. I did think, like, maybe it's because he wanted, or he knew that he would be freed again, but it's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notes of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given the assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Order, order. First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah. Governor Caden and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prisoner earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Oh, Mr. Shums. What a hero. Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment? My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure you're going down with the ship. we'll see. Oh. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder of Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professors? We've already been through all of that as before a decade ago, and the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happening. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified, and he was allegedly executed. And he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody influenced inside the prison. Gotta send me leave now? Okay, have a good one, Summer, and I'll see you maybe in a bit again when you can. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sogi out of prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods, hold on there, laddie, all I did was... Oh? Witness, Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Sogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Okay. It was the day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I don't know if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty, or Her Majesty's Great British Empire. Nice. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized the plan? I don't know, that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. And if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's go. You say you don't actually know who issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from even higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with such idle speculation. We just got the job done. I assigned the convict to the Chief Water Vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've not the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in prison service who would have been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person that arranged was Dr. Stevens. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Scythe as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Okay, you didn't know anything. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Gosh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what happened. What else can you tell us about the situation? Some negotiations. But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. With the stand, there's no place for telling you what you don't know for sure. I can that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. He may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
All I did was carry out my duty. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Sogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Jocko to the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything but what happened after that, only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. Ooh.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes sir, what can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? That's true. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison, as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. It's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asogi and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Perhaps I go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Okay, let's save.
Objection!
Asogi papers. Confessing under oath to murder she didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. It means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Others. The fellow could not possibly have done anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah. It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep it a secret? You can't touch me now. Arg. Arg. When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon. And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell, right where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where is it? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. You didn't do a proper job, eh? A really palligaloot. You can't criticize me now. Agent, please don't harass the other witness. So, showed it to you before, did I not, you lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Isogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What inconsistency? Mr. Isogi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warden's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. But, no, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with those so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that jailbreak was masterminded by the prosecutor's office. Some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over the facts? What did I say? Testify. Testify. A man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir. Okay. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robes that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Were you not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Oh my god, facial. Oh, there he goes. Little and large, what a double act. He complied with Asogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, you cannot deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And his last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Well, at least he's not telling us not to do it this time.
Hold it!
that mean you conversed with Mr. Sogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I could still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty, he was doing something with that will in his cell. And he pleaded with you not to report it, didn't he? Yes, that's right. Unlike the Bampot, oh, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed the Sogi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Governor? Prisoner Governor cannot be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the bill at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing about that will... I turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It kinda disappeared completely in my face." Well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Narhado. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided against Sogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Sogi papers when the directive came to impound them. And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I did not come before and I didn't know now. All I could tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document? Was that the wording? Document, not a will? Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Usogi's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with the testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
The document was in the kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him and when he was locked up. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right, he was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karima, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Inosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackled around their ankles. You couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikito was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet-black earthworms to me.
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance, possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. It was Scarlet. All Scarlet. The document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way? Ah, did I ever? You can plainly see the writings here, and it's as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession, there's nothing more to add. Written in scarlet ink, what did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder? What could he have possibly meant as a weapon. It's starting to sound like Mr. Sogi actually had nothing, but the plan to break him out of jail went ahead. He must have been hiding something. Which is it? Snarlhood, I'm not sure. Let's listen to everything and see if we can. Okay. Scarlet hiding. I don't know what I want to do here. Colored ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken. Armband. I was thinking it might be written in blood, but...
Objection!
It's not that. I didn't think it was. I don't know why. I was like, oh yes, the ring. I'm just kind of watching its straws here. The sword.
Objection!
No, okay. Not those. Then what? Perhaps I'm mistaken. I'm really not sure what it wants from me here. Can I tug this? Okay, I guess we're not tugging it. There. What am I looking at here? There must be something I can press here, but I don't know what. Got so close. I could be trying things, but I'm kind of just wanting to... Wait. Oh, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers on the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. I forgot about that.
Objection!
I completely forgot about that. It's one of those things that I tried to put to memory, but with everything that happened in the case, I just forgot about it. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Davis, again, you've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, there's something in there that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. So it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. God. Brain. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What's your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that we saw that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in the cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil. Sir. When you spotted Mr. Usogi with the document in the cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? A lost will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A lost will and testament. Not his will and testament, a will of testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Usogi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Usogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
The Summer, hello. Welcome back. Zix is shaking, yeah. Yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Usogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah, no, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will, nobody can attest to having seen, serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Oh no, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, Counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But there is no possible means of knowing the contents of the document. There is no line of reasoning to pursue. Huh? A reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Zeke's is having the second worst day of his life, yeah. It's just too hideous. Listen, Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Otto. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. That 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact a confession. To the crime. Of multiple crimes, really. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Yeah, Van Zieks is like, what? Enough. Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor, that would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. I mean, technically he killed 4, right? I would say. You can't be suggesting it was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Mental breakdown. Engage. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Great Van Zieks family. They've been thoroughbloods of the British judiciary. Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital. He was actually a mass murderer? If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be in panic. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order, order, order in the court. Lord Van Zieks. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. The collar that we've seen before. Jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital B. What? That an emblem bearing the initial B. Why, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Ziek's widow? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Is it true then? Clint Van Zieks really was the professor? Impossible, these Japanese are making up this all up. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, playing him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? Iris unknowingly writing a story about the truth of the professor years ago, I know, right? And then Sherlock Holmes being like, oh, no, please no, don't do this. You will get murdered. Van Ziek's life was completely upended a second time, yep. Well done to him for being eloquent at the time. Yeah, that too. Considering what was just pushed upon him or like dropped. Yeah, he had to deal with a bunch. 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. The truth? Oh my god. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again, what do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. When Clint snapped, he snapped hard, sending his dog to rip our throats. Hello. Yeah, exactly. It's a bit much, isn't it? A bit much. So a large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So he took matters into his own hands, I assume. So he turned down Asogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. What about the will? Sogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. But where is it? We still haven't figured that out. And it's very important that we figure that out. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. I'm still thinking, so considering he kept calling it a weapon and stuff like that, I think the will might be hidden in the sword. Somehow. Like in the hilt or something. I don't know how that would work, but maybe that's also a stretch. But it's definitely possible. I resolved to keep it a secret and guard the secret to the bitter end. You're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you then, who pinned the crimes on my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? Can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was the Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. Oh, Gregson. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. His son. I imagine. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. I agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. Kazuma was 14, the last time Genshin saw him he was 8, yeah. And then he never did see him again. It's very sad. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Oh. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrick Van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen... I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death, no. You were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson... My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. It was all in the aid of keeping London safe. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody needs to know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Really? You can't just be like, yeah, I murdered this, or set into motion the murders of this many people, but it was for the good of the country, so surely you won't tell anyone, right? Right? Surely. You don't need to tell anyone about this. Okay, well, let's continue. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? No, we're not done. I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, but I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. But you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. Interesting. But who would have profited off of, you know, the previous Lord Chief Justice dying? There would be a gap in power that could be filled. Possibly by some other Lord of Justice called Strongheart. Maybe. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The well-begun ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and a 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. 3! Is that a slip-up, Strongheart? Is that a little slip-up, Mr. Strongheart? The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Because we only have 2 pages, right? Later today I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yep, there we go. Bam. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is the contradiction? Strongheart. It was Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Renoskate, think it back over his word, find the problem. Have you found it? Because I know it. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Renosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. It's the papers.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Sogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there, for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was the message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought not to be sent.
Objection!
What? How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. Well, that's nice. Can I have it? My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then. Governor Caden, you will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Who's this? Oh, there it is. Mikitoba. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikitoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Okay, what does it say? Kazuma, truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, would seem. A haiku poem, twist thy head? Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations, it embodies the Japanese spirit. Metal, that's word. They are pretty metal, yeah. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Wait, so... Where is it? I should have gone the other way around. Twist thy head. That's the proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Sogi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Boom. Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Nice. Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks, and the date 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years it's been silently concealed inside Karuma and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, I can't read it? Not fully? All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light, but that's what you think. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all his sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ah. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikitoba, will you not quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. No, I do. I do. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the records. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. Let's go. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. Here, have the will. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Huh. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, the document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. It was lost, but now it's found. That's how it works sometimes, you know? This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. He doesn't like it. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karma? The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Five-head Genshin, yeah. Genshin was a smart cookie. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. You hear me? I strictly forbid it. Well, that just sounds suspicious, Strongheart. That just sounds very suspicious now that you say it like that. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me. At once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the court.
Objection!
So desperate. Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Clint Van Zieks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now. You have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Rinosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. No. No. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Okay, so it started with one, and then he kind of got pulled into others. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the levels of a wild beast. There's no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart. May you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh my god. I like that. Why was he smiling at the end? Why was Strongheart smiling? What the heck? Now we know. Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the foremost Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place. In order to fight the crime, he was allowed to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man. The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition, it made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own idea about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night? Blast. If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. I mean, considering... So... What I find funny is that they're having this entire conversation while Drebber says that as soon as he saw it happen, the shot rang out behind him and he ran away. Like, how did they have this entire conversation and he heard nothing? He saw nothing. It's pretty impressive, really. You think it might be actually be Pepito who did all this? Maybe. Maybe you're onto something, Woodward. Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot. Bang. Shoot him. Shoot him. Chalk it up to weird perception of time when you're scared out of your mind. I mean, sure. I just find it funny that they're just like having this conversation while he's just scared out of his mind and just trying to not die. Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. And I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well. I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So she did know, or at least somewhat, the Madame. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. Now we know basically everything. I feel like. Unless there's more to uncover, but it was Jigoku. Your Japanese acquaintance who killed Asogi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? Yeah, good question. These past 10 years I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. By which you mean you became a criminal yourself.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. Fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough. Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of these wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power, to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Girl. Girl. Well, he's cracked a little bit. Took a while. Holy shit. Oh. You done? Oh, he claps. Clap. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Well-deserved round of applause, I think. For quite marvellous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions. The beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing. Which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who have acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself? That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak? That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector? And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. Pip, hello. I haven't had dinner yet, no. I will do after this is over. Which should be soon, I think. But thank you for checking in. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, thank you for the posture check as well, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. But yet, his statement right now, the like, oh, society will be crushed and they won't trust the police and blah blah blah, is exactly why people in high functioning, like in high offices and stuff like that, like the president and like queen, country, like people high up in society are so hard to get rid of, because they will be like, well, if you get rid of me and you blame all this, then surely everything will fall apart. But you have to get rid of them, because otherwise it can't be filled with good, you know? You can't get rid of the darkness by just leaving it, you know? Have a good one then, Pip. Enjoy your evening. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. That's all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strong has done are quite unforgivable, but on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Oh no. No. He's like the biggest criminal around here. So they want a mass murderer to get the capital punishment. But if it turns out that the mass murderer was made to do that by someone high up, the Lord Chief Justice for example, it's only okay. Really now. You don't want him to die either? Or at least get locked up, or anything, slap of the wrist, on the wrist maybe? Get thrown out of his office? Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. Deeply entrenched corruption at the highest levels of government, a classic, yeah. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. We're no scared. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options. Oh. I like that the Starcard is still... Starcard! The music is just going. Or no, not the music, the music gets quieter, but the shouts don't. It's very interesting. But, so, with no paths open to me, there's one thing I could do. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever any time to use this particular item, it's now.
Take that!
Oh my, yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. You've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. Here goes. Heave. Ow, 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 ow. Dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... Wow. It's Mr. Sholmes. Hologram? Really? Fancy. I was expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. What's wrong? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. What the? I can't get an hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I'm mused? Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might as well just transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father, I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lone Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace? What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Zato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery, what an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. Liam, thank you for the hydrate. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I hope you're doing well. I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably... Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions those last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Nice. Adjourned! Adjourned! Court is adjourned! Break it. Nice. Oh. Don't fall. Well. Oh. I don't think that's good. Oh. It's falling. So guilty broke the scales of justice. Yeah. Oh my god. Excessive much. That's so excessive. That is so incredibly excessive. He's a little bit scorched, but he's okay. Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. Searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind, but it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Well, are we finally done? Is it over? What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? Okay, I guess that's not it. P.S. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barok, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit a paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. Clint. Miles Strongheart, you colluded with Sashiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the ocean. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of Burian people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I've been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. Ah, good old judge. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks to no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Zieks. Oh. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Zato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zieks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo, what a relief. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. I like that Van Zieks is startled every time. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks not guilty. Hooray! It's over. We did it. After what, 8 and a bit hours? Oh my god. 8 hours and a half or something. One of the funniest leaves expanded upon bits in this story is how Van Zieks cannot stand Sholmes' goofy ass. Yeah. That is all. Court is adjourned. Boom. It's really all over. But did I sacrifice too much? You're not done yet, post-trial and epilogue still to go. Well, true, but surely there's not so much to that, right? Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Otto. Oh. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. Oh. It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought that you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case... I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zieks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. I mean, of course he's not smiling. Who do you think he is? Mrs. Otto, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you've demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it you said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have had a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. I love that gag, to be honest. Mrs. Otto, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zieks? Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? Or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it's I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. Apologies all around, and I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that at least I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He's agreed to honor my final two wishes. Or the second wish, yeah. I'm assuming. What kind of second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... Oh, Nakatoba. I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Shashira and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're our only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. Oh my, wait, is it? I think I know where this is going. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something were to happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you. Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring? Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Sashira and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Genshin really thought he was gonna make it. Yeah. He was hoping, at least. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and the child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, the mother died. My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. Suitcase. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. The B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. How on earth would wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have a choice. What? Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. It's kind of funny that Van Zieks has been seeing what is essentially his brother's daughter for so long. Or not long, but like many times at least, right? He's seen Iris. And not once did he know that it was his brother's child. So Iris and Susato were almost raised as sisters, yeah. That could have been true. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Like, have these people still not put two and two together of who the child is? Do they really need the name for it? I thought Naruhodo was good at, like, figuring things out. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. That was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh. That's right, Ayame, or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ouch. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on behind through my trouser pocket, hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch. Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your truck-made move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris, thank you for your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Ding ding. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Aww. Wait, Lord Van Zieks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no. I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So, as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here and intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Aw, they almost seem like friends, which is interesting. Because they hated each other's guts before. Kazuma Sogi. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Do you stay in UK or do you go back? Because that was the plan, right? You had to decide. Do I stay or do I go? Do I stay or do I go now? About time you got here. We've been waiting for ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? Is a party in it? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right? I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Miktoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Miktoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Jones? What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Mr. Sholmes, Miktoba, I'm finally back from the baby. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Addo awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill my boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Oh yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of finding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Yes, Ginny, yes he was. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man? Oh. Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. It's gonna be difficult, that one. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, you know, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is, of course. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it, because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aww. That's too cute. I think, Mikitoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. Oh. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. Aww. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hardy? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Oh my god. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've been living here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh no, never mind, it's Mikitoba. Well, Professor Mikitoba, it's not Susato. Professor? Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what we agreed with Genshin, after all. What Clint Van Ziek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Sasaki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville story, I mean? Miss Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. Welcome back, Trolls. I hope it went well. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. And judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with this symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there will be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did she hear? Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it was what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon? I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. She can read your mind, though. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Aww. Sleepy time. Well, it's time to go. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board.
Voice acting. Oh my god. I don't have
Such
to
a beautiful
strain my
morning.
voice.
Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
There he is.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Oh.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I
Still
have a
calling
favor
him the
to ask.
Reaper.
Name it.
Sword.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma?
Because
Why?
I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san,
What
the
does
path
Susato
you're
do?
going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Oh. Oh, he came and asked it.
What?
He couldn't bring himself to. But she's like, I'm gonna do it.
I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
The luggage is
As it
already on
happens,
board.
My luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
No? That scene? Is that a dog? It was not a dog. No, it was. Why does he have the nicer sword now?
Cross, once more. We'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
He gave the broken sword to Ryu, yeah. I know, right?
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
No.
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Yeah, we'll see each other again. Maybe.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
TD went well. I'm glad, Trolls.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection.
Come, the game is off.
No. Objection. I wanted it to be objection.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but
Maybe
a
it's gonna do
steadfast friendship
objection
will remain
later.
true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There it is. There it is.
Until we meet again, Bruno.
I knew it was coming, I just didn't know exactly when. Nice. Yay! Oh my god. I've been thoroughly inundated with cinematography since that day, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh my god. Of course. It's gonna hide in a wardrobe again. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. And just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, and even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward toward a brighter future. Japanese man's katana is his soul. He gave Ryu his soul to hold on to while he rebuilt himself. Yeah. The boss left a note for me, you know. And I can read every letter now. A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a lot of stuff out. The boss was trying to protect me, see. And that's exactly what me and the Chief Inspector Toby are going to do to Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Oh, Gina. It's Clint's badge. Yeah, I got that. I gathered that. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh. Oh. Gregson. Oh, Gregson. Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry. Wait, a bleak overstatement overruled. The minister has been stated. Wait. Wait. Why are Ray and Suzaki? What? Oh my god. Why are Ray and Suzaki doing? It's fine. God. This is why Ryo needs to go back, yeah. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts? Oh, yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, yeah, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad. Oh. She's very cute, also very dangerous, I feel like. But has her heart in the right place. Even though she likes corpses. Oh, Hairbrain. You sent me a very nice letter saying you'd like to show me. What have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Para, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh no. I can't afford the bill. Hairbrain. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we dispels would not do. Yeah, she knew everything. I'm honestly surprised she wasn't killed off. She did very well. Everyone calls me gossip, but something. Oh no. Vigil has just lost his mind. Oh, it's Peppino! And Isella the spaghetti! And they're also. They call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daly, how? How charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Oh, you know? Oh, you know. Peppino. They're just eating the spaghetti. Dorks, yeah. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. And however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I had ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care. There's not many characters left. Oh? Aboard the ship? I've made some tea now, Harusan. It's important that you rest while you can. Combat, thank you for the raid. It's the credits, basically, so welcome everyone. I hope you're all doing good. How was Liza P? Oma died to lightning mummy? Of course. I mean, makes sense. Makes sense. Welcome everyone. Bonnie, Woodward and Summit, you were already here. Halali, welcome as well. Sparky, Aura. Title drop, she said the thing. Yeah, sorry, I just... the raid distracted me. You were here all along. Yeah, I did think you were, Aura, but I hadn't seen you say anything, so I still call you out. How I do it. Lightning Queen fight, holy shit. It's a good fight. I love that fight, to be honest. It's a very nice fight because it seems... what's it called? It's very fair, but amazing. Like a brutal... but very, very fair, you know? That's why I really like the fight. As long as you know what you're doing, it's actually pretty straightforward. But it's still a hard fight to master. You already love the fight, the first phase as you're being bullied. Yeah. But yeah, it's been 9 hours or something since I started stream. Because I started stream at 1, so 9 hours. It went down like 30 minutes in, which was annoying. But I've been streaming all the time, and we finally finished this case. Case closed. Turns out it was government conspiracy all the time. Who knew? Just the damn government always conspiring. It's really good though. We ended up figuring out that a mass murderer was actually under control of the government all along, and that the person who got blamed for it was going to be off freed and stuff like that, but then something went wrong, and it's a whole thing. It's a crazy story. It went very deep, and who knows? Like everything is so insane, but it makes sense in the end, in a way. Very fun though. Oh, I like that the cat is still there, by the way. Let me do that so you can see the cat. The pupper. I like Mikitova just dancing. Urlok and Mikitova just having the time of their lives. As the judge. You love that you can almost see Iris behind me? Yeah. Iris is just a hair a little bit, you know? Just a tiny bit of hair. Oh. Rock Shrums is back. And then ting, cross swords. Is that the end? Capcom, thank you for the Hydrate Jaeger. And the posture check as well. I guess it's not the end. They're still going. This is Japanese court, and there they stay, I guess. My voice is so shot after 9 hours. As you can imagine, 9 hours of talking is not good for your voice. It's not a great thing to do. Especially when you're trying to do voices and stuff. Nice. When next Ace Attorney game? I don't know. Probably not for a while, if I'm honest. We'll see. But yeah, that's it. We're done. You finished. So thank you for the raid combat, but I'm gonna send everyone over somewhere else now. I don't even know where though. I guess I'll send you over to Anka, who's playing Yearwalk? I'm not sure what that even is. Send you over there. Let's go say hi. Yeah, thank you everyone for watching. It was a long one. I'm in need of food. Normally I eat food at around 6, which would have been 4 hours ago. So it's a bit late, but I need some food. So have a good one. Go say hi to Anka for me. I hope you had a wonderful time at combats, at mine, wherever you were. And I hope you will continue to have a great time at Anka's. Or if you're not going to stay there, if you have some food or drinks or that type of stuff. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow with the wheel. There's going to be all kinds of shenanigans going on, I'm sure. And then on Thursday, we're starting something new, probably. I don't know. Who knows? I never know. But yeah, that's going to be it for me. So stay cozy, stay hydrated, stay safe, and I'll see you next time. Have a good one, everyone. Bye bye. Go say hi to Anka for me. Point.